Welcome, everyone, to the NCGA East Regional 2025 at the Jim and John Vlaginitis Gymnasium in Brockport, New York. I am your host, Andrea Maldonado, and with me is Erica Carter. Erica, we have a loaded gymnastics day. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I'm so excited to be here.
Yes, this is going to be such an exciting competition. Just for a disclaimer, we have 7 teams going onto the floor today. So we'll have 7 rotations total. Starting with rotation 1, we're going to see Rhode Island on vault, Ursinus on bars, beam is going to go for Utica, and Springfield will start rotation 1 on floor. For Rhode Island, we have head coaches Monica Messias Nasi, Ella Poli, and Allison Silva as their assistant coach. And for some stats, we have a high score of 192.725 and an NQS of 197.25. This is a little higher than their average score, so you would naturally average out a portion of all your scores to land on your NQS. For Ursinus, we have Ursinus on bars, led by Coach Kim Valenti, Brooke Heilich, and Alyssa Delorme as their assistant coach, and Miley Ricky as their student assistant coach. She's actually a senior in this team thus far, and Coach Valenti spoke very, very highly of her. For some stats, we have a high score of 196.25 and an NQS of 188.455. Moving on to beam, we have Utica, led by Danielle Serminaro and Jenna Sakala as their assistant coach. Utica has an NQS of 186.565 and a high of 189.325. That's almost 3 points worth of a difference, so you can see how far they can go with their gymnastics. And finally, on beam, we have Springfield, who are led by Diana Gallagher, and assistant coaches Mackenzie McLeod and Sophia LeBlanc. For some stats on Springfield, we have a high score of 187.1 and an NQS of 184.930. Again, a lot of depth in terms of scores here. What do you think, Erica?
Oh, for sure. I'm excited to see the entire first rotation.
I was just looking at the Road to Nationals rankings here, and oh man, it's gonna be very exciting because fun fact about, we haven't mentioned Brockport so far, but this is Brockport's first time hosting this meet ever, or hosting like at all. And when I spoke to the coach, she was very excited to see everybody come together, and she said that she was looking forward to a lot of energy, a lot of teams on the ground for today. So Erica, as you're, in your experience in gymnastics, what can you tell us about having 7 teams in the same gym? I feel like I don't know that I've ever experienced such thing in college, but how do you go about everything? It's so loud in there.
I was gonna say, it's definitely a lot of energy. Something that you have to be able to find your center, especially during warm-up, so that you're mentally preparing yourself as well as physically, just to make sure that you are pushing through, getting through those routines and warm-up, setting yourself up for success, especially on this first rotation.
Right.
The first event definitely sets the tone for the competition.
Exactly. I was going to mention that. And, again, yesterday in conversation with Coach from Brockport, she said that when not like the girls have any downtime, she said everybody kind of gets together. The girls that are in bye are cheering for the other teams. So how does that work out? I feel like it's very. She said it was big on camaraderie from everybody.
For sure. I mean, whenever you are, some coaches and teams don't want to look at other gymnastics during competition because, they sometimes they feel like it throws them off. But I think that it's great to be looking at other teams and cheering them on.
Yeah, were you able to ever look at the other teams or like scoreboards and stuff like that, or were you more like stay in my bubble kind of athlete?
I think I was, especially whenever we had other teams that were on the same event as us. I was always the last in my lineup, so I was always looking at other gymnasts regardless.
Oh. So I just want to let you know that right now, region-wise, Rhode Island is edging away right behind Brockport, ranked number 2 in the region, which is super exciting. We should be seeing a lot of good gymnastics from Rhode Island today, especially like I know they're in the first rotation in here right now. Not to just put them in the spot. I mean, it's going to be great gymnastics from everybody, but ranking wise, they are like kind of touching Brockport's heels there. So that should be exciting.
I'm feeling the pressure today.
Yes, definitely. That is something that overall across the board from all the coaches I got, it was a common ground, like a very popular opinion. It's going to be down to who stays on the event today, because a lot of the coaches are aware that they're very, very close in scoring, and I mean it's gonna be a no man's game type of day.
That's so true.
I believe we're getting started here now.
Yes, it looks like the warm-up is over and the first rotation competition
is underway. I think for me, this was probably the most nerve-wracking part of any competition, was the first girl. Just getting the first girl done and over.
Yes, here on vault, we have Ivy Jimenez.
Beautiful, full. A lot of control there.
A little bit of step backwards, but that was a solid vault.
According to some of the coaches that I got to speak during the week, we're going to see a lot of fulls, maybe some 1.5s from several teams this week. So a lot of high 995s vaults, but there's also going to be a lot of people playing it simple and clean. So don't be surprised by that. Wow, beautiful transition there on bars.
Nice dismount from Grace Mara on balancing from Utica. And all of her teammates coming over to give her high fives, cheering her on. That is such a great feeling.
Yeah, if there's something I miss about gymnastics, is that it's finishing and just seeing the excitement on the girls' face. It's like, I did it, you guys. Speaking of, I was looking at bars right now, and I know this is Ursinus and bars, but when Springfield comes around to the bars, we're gonna see a comb in each, which is a very unique release, and I am just honestly looking forward to that. Last time I was commentating for Virtius, my computer had a crash down and I wasn't able to see it. I missed it. And I was like, oh, how rude. But apparently it's great. And I just can't wait to see it.
Another nice ball for Rhode Island. A little bit of a step back there.
That is something that came up in conversation during interviews this week, was the amount of souks there is in D3. A lot of people are elevating their vaults by, dipping into souks, which is a very, very hard vault, to be completely honest.
Team right now we have Jenna DiPaolo.
I love how each team, I just noticed this, they have like their team signs.
They walked out with those.
Yes.
Wow, this is going to be a high energy day. Everybody.
Yeah. Something about those like simple mid routine, like simple skills that are supposed to just kind of be a buffer. Those are like full turns and cartwheels and like on the ground kind of skills on the beam are a double-edged sword. So I'm just glad that she got through this beam. I know she had a little wobble there in her series and that must have been intimidating, but very, very happy that she was able to maintain control of the beam in her routine. Hear the music in the background, so you guys, I can guarantee that Springfield is having a party over on floor. Just
ball that was
another good ball. Yeah.
That was nice.
Very well extended, nice landing. Feel like she had a good entry to the vault table, so she was pretty solid there. Ursinus on bars. Beautiful Jaeger to shoot over. I love those connections. They're so simple and so smooth. And you avoid having to do another handstand in the middle.
A little bit of a step there, but that was a nice routine.
It's a good routine. Not to state the obvious, you guys, but these teams are all going simultaneously. They all have to like simultaneously keep the energy going for the athlete that's going on the event. So, I mean, this is loud on my ear. Imagine how loud it is in the arena. I cannot even like begin to fathom. And there's 3 teams on a bye right now.
That was an amazing vault. That was a stick. That was like from Aaliyah Krause.
That was beautiful.
Speaking of beautiful,
this is why
take a moment to look at these leotards here. Their level of sparkle.
Oh yeah.
They're crossing, they're cross-stitching in the back. For Utica on the beam. always interesting to see their choice in colors and level of rhinestones.
I honestly love very unique leotards. They're always like standouts, you know, like you wouldn't think that a certain school would do those certain colors at that certain meet. And if there's anything I've learned about gymnastics is that the leotard, even the leotard, plays a part in, you know, meet day. You know, the colors play a role, the sparkles play a role, the kind of design. I mean, the more eccentric, the better, the more you're going to draw attention. And it all comes down to leaving like a big stamp. Like the judges remember you. So I think this is why they chose this specific Leo, which is, I mean, you just mentioned it. It's just a showstopper.
And it makes you feel like one too.
Absolutely.
Oh, that was Peyton Green with a little bit of a hop back on vault, but that was amazing.
I was going to mention earlier that this is some of the qualities that you could see make Rhode Island a very, very strong team, ranked number 2 right now in the region, because they're able to start off and kind of maintain a good pace throughout a meet, but they've started off so strong and so clean that they are just kind of dominating right now.
Vault scores so far, we have Ivy Jimenez, 9.575, Olivia Keys, 9.5, Sophia Dama, 9.5, and Aaliyah Kraus, 9.675 for Rhode Island College on vault.
Super consistent scoring. That is exactly what you want to see in a meet like this one, where there's still, again, another 3 teams to show off. So they are definitely setting the tone for themselves moving forward.
Vault is sticking just like the last. Trying to stay consistent. Just a little bit of a hop back there. That was Emma Tucker on vault.
I know Utica has had a couple wobbles on beam and one fall, but the rest of these routines have been pretty solid, and I believe they're going to be able to drop that score from that mistake in that routine.
A nice stick from Haley Miller. She had a couple of wobbles, but was able to stay on the beam for that routine.
For some score background, on beam, we have, for Grace, we have a 9.7. For Jenna DePaulo, we have a 9.3. And then Haley Miller, a 9.125. Abigail Walters was just on, I believe. And We're still waiting on her scores, but again, these scores it's just close. Close. I'm gonna take a gander here on bars. So far, bars has been, sorry to say it, but taking forever. Not that I wanted to go fast, but the judges in this, in this point in time are taking their sweet time. And that is not necessarily something that athletes really are like looking forward to. But so far, we have Lauren Coleman with a 9.4 and Brianna Duffy with a 9.1. And then Lucy is awaiting her score right now, which is why we see the next athlete waiting. So let's hope that the judges, are able to be done with their chatter and we can go back on to get the show going.
Yes, it is very hard to keep the momentum up, ready for your routine whenever you're waiting on those scores. But it seems like they're having no issues today.
I mean, with the kind of adrenaline that you must have to be able to be here, I wouldn't doubt that they have no issues keeping the ball rolling.
Now we have moved over to floor just for some scores here. Delaney got a 9.575. Claire with a 9.7. Sage with a 9.675. And Elsie Gardner with a 9.8.
Those are really good scores to start off with. Like, you have a good average of from 9.8 to 9.6s that it's just going to keep you going in this competition, because you're going to see those probably, after talking to some of the coaches, they said that the 9.8s are like high scores, consider high scores, at least in these kind of competitions. And, due to the whole strict judging and whatnot, D3 also suffers from a lot of underscoring, so if we are able to see more fair game with the judges today, that will be a win for everybody. It was an E-pass right there. Front double full. The athlete we see on floor right now is Stacy Taylor. And again, Springfield is bringing the heat with these Leos. I mean, I can only see from so far because our perspective is pretty like an overview, but I really like the combination of the white at the top. It's really pretty.
Right now, we have Erin Rowe with their Sinus College. And she's really hitting those handstands today.
I really do appreciate her doing a Yinger, which is another skill that's very common. That's going to be very common in this competition. You're going to see a lot of them. And a beautiful double layout. Holy buckets. That was amazing.
A nice double layout.
If you had to pick, which is your favorite, okay, let's say top two skills that you like to see in gymnastics and like as a spectator?
Are we still talking about bars?
Oh, any event. Like for me, I would say really floaty double layouts. I love to see twisting dismounts on beam, and I have a newfound love for double fronts for on floor, and like 1.5s on vault are impressive, but like Sukes always get to me for some odd reason. They're so cool.
I'd say the doubles anywhere.
Yes.
Or I just really like a lovely leap pass. Just a really like really flowy, like just really graceful. Because I think that we get too caught up in being strong and just really trying to get the spring into everything. That I like when something is part of the grace, part of gymnastics.
Yeah, like very elegant.
Yeah.
I think that's something that I really love too, is like on beam, for example, when girls are able to display their flexibility and they do like an arabesque or something like that, and I'm like, oh my goodness, that is gorgeous.
Yes, any hold on beam, that's right up my alley.
Okay, I noticed there for Utica, she has a nasty beam bite. Have you ever had a beam bite before?
Not.
Thank gosh. I have not either, but I have seen people get beam bites. Those will stick with you forever. Like if you hit your leg in a certain way, it will like create a bump forever.
I used to split the beam a lot, so I had them there, but not on the outside.
She said, I have split the beam a couple times. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I don't remember ever splitting the beam. I do remember doing a front talk, and I had a mispronunciation there, guys. I'm so sorry. I was thinking of a front toss. I never did a front toss in my life. I did a front tuck. And my front foot went like besides me, and I landed on my rib cage so hard, I folded like a pancake. And I was like, oh, this is how I die. I think I punctured a lung and I will die in the next 3 minutes. Nope, she was fine. She's just full of drama, but...
Oh man, I can feel that. I can't imagine.
It's horrible. Literally horrible. I believe we're seeing a 985 for the previous athlete that just went up. And we see on beam, we see Utica athletes super excited for the score. You know, like I was saying earlier, if there's anything I'm looking forward into this meet is for judges to actually deliver and give credit where it's due. So one judge flashed a 985 and another judge flashed a 9725. What do you think of that? You know, that's a pretty big difference there.
Because they have to consult with each other, and you're like, hey, I want to respect both judges, but
however,
can we go to that one over
there? Back. All right, well, this is the event summary, you guys. Welcome to the first event summary out of 7 today. We had Rhode Island on vault, Ursinus on bars, beam for Utica, and Springfield on floor. The highest one right now seems to be Springfield with a 48.550. And then following Rhode Island with a 48.025. Then next up we have Utica with a 47.975. And then Ursinus with a 46.275. I think these are groundbreaking team scores for the first rotation. What do you think?
See Gardner with that 9.8, that definitely bumped them up. And the 9.7 for Claire, that definitely set them apart in this first rotation. So I'm excited to see how Cortland and Brockport and Ithaca, how they start their competition next rotation.
Yeah, I mean, these are top rank. Like Brockport is ranked number 1 right now. We should be seeing like next level gymnastics right here. And you know, after some, you know, I've mentioned these interviews all first rotation, but I've had conversation with these coaches, and 90% of them are not going to hold back today. You know, I think some of these teams are just gonna go full out today, and we should see some pretty tight scoring in rotation 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is their time to shine. This will be Brockport's, or it was their 3rd year in a row. They had a 3-peat last year. And so this will be their 4th attempt in a row to be able to come out on top.
Kind of keep the reign.
So Cortland will start on bars. The Cortland Red Dragons, they are led by Suleika Zog and their assistant coach, Nicole Jackson. And they have a high score of 192.075 and an NQS of 190.395. For Brockport, they're going to start on beam today. The Brockport Eagles, they are led by Dr. Renee Liss, and Michaela Curtis and Brian Daly are their assistant coaches. They have a high score of 193.1 and an NQS of 192.485. And then starting on floor in our 2nd rotation, Ithaca College, they are led by Rick Sedeby and their assistant coach, Tim Sedeby. And their high score is 191.7 and an NQS of 190.055.
Okay, I don't want to, you know, highlight anything weird, but as you were talking about, I believe, Brockport, somebody literally slipped and kind of on their shoot over landed on their chest to bar, and I really do hope she's okay and she's able to perform, you know, just shake the jitters and just perform and out, you know, do it, be okay in her routine. I know this can be very nerve-wracking when you literally eat it at warm-ups and then you're like, well, now I'm terrified.
Rotation, you know, you watch these girls that were in the first rotation. Your teams are, you know, just silently hyping each other up in their minds, and then it's time to get on the event. And for you to eat it on any event is rough, but just being able to get back up and finish that routine. I've had a lot of girls in my coaching years, you know, get up and eat it, and then in the competition order, they're fine. And that is the ideal situation you want to be in.
That is the kind of mindset you want to build. As a coach, I think, kudos to you, Erica. You're doing a great job, honey. Very proud of you, because I feel like as a coach, I would have seen that girl eat it and I would have cried with her. Because it scares me. That's so scary. I'm like, oh my God.
Like we're having some technical difficulties on vault.
Yeah, I was going to...
They're finishing up warm-up on beam and bars.
Yeah, I was going to mention, you know, not so much mention, but ask, have you ever had to start one of these like really crowded meets on an event like beam? I feel like we didn't talk about this with
Beam
Utica.
Was my favorite event. Beam was like,
there you go.
On beam. Vault was my worst. If I had to start on vault, I'd be like, "Ooh, thank goodness I got that over with."
Yeah. Triple series. Absolutely stunning. You could see how she was paused, poised, and on. Oh my goodness, I see her teammate just holding her head over there. Like, oh my goodness, we're really gonna do this.
And that was a
duck landing.
On balance beam from Emma Brooking.
That was great. That was a great start for Brockport. Oh, that was interesting. I've never seen that before. I had never seen a swing to a half. Like, it was like a swing half to swing double tuck. That was snaps. Snaps, snaps, snaps. I love that.
Oh, Tiana Wong on uneven bars.
Cortland coaches did say that we were going to see a very strong beam and bars lineups. So, I mean, you could see right there the opener was unique within and of itself. So, again, I'm just having fun. I love watching like D3 gymnastics and just sitting in awe, because something that also came up in conversation was that these girls really want to be here. Like, these girls actually loved gymnastics. For people who don't know about, D3 programs, they don't offer athletic scholarships. So the school aids them in terms of their tuition and stuff like that. And they have a ton of grants that they're able to offer their athletes and students to keep them motivated. And I mean, they already have motivation enough to do gymnastics. Imagine your school rewarding you for just being there. So all these coaches are like, yeah, it's a shame that we're not able to compensate them for their gymnastics with a scholarship, but they really do want to be here. So we don't lack talent or desire, because all of our athletes are fully bought in.
My college did not have gymnastics, so I was not even eligible. And I got a full scholarship, which is the reason why I went that route.
That is so sad. I feel like gymnastics, though, is on the rise. Both women's and men's gymnastics. So I am looking forward to more schools across the country broadening their programs, their athletic programs, and including gymnastics, because when you really look at the grand scheme of things for gymnastics in the U.S., we have more than enough people across the country to kind of fill programs. D1, D2, D3, you name it. And look at that. Why wouldn't you want to? That is amazing.
Yes. Amazing boomer team for Brockport. Alexis Shulman. The first routine with Emma for Brockport at a 9.75. While we still wait for Alexis's score, but that was an awesome. Wow. They're starting their rotation 2 off in a big way. For Vol, with Delaney having a 9.4 for Springfield, and on uneven bars, Tiana Wong with a 9.25 for Cortland.
I really do love seeing athletes kind of fight their way onto controlling things like handstands and overswings and stuff like that. You don't want to have too much power on a bar routine. You also don't want to over muscle your routine. So you kind of have to let it flow, but I really do love athletes kind of taking control of the bar, kind of like, okay, this maybe wasn't my perfect handstand, but I'm going to keep going.
In that moment, that's really important. You're starting to go to the side and you kind of fake it till you make it to the end of that routine. Staying on the beat, getting to that handstand on the bar.
Keep moving. I think I've said this before. Speaking of now, fake it till you make it. I have not seen this series in so many years. This takes me back. Oh my goodness. And she did that so well. Sorry, that just took me by surprise. But anyway, back to my story. Speaking of, faking it till you make it, I had gone to a floor routine once and forgot my entire floor routine, so I had to wing it. I don't know what happened to me. I forgot how to do gymnastics. I was supposed to do a front 1.5, a front handspring 1.5 to straddle. I did a round off layout. I don't know where that came from. And then I forgot the entire dance. I was like, oh, okay.
I think us as gymnasts are allowed one moment like that. One competition, one moment.
I've had several though.
And you're like, oh goodness, where do I go from here?
If there's any kids listening, you guys, it's okay to forget. Sometimes it's very unnatural to do gymnastics, and I mean, you don't fly through the air every day, so it's okay. Also, I loved that inverted change she did to her transition to the low bar. I know what it's called in Spanish. I don't know what it's called in English, so I'm gonna refrain from naming it. However, it was a very unusual change at the top of her routine. She did have a mistake there in her dismount, but still very noteworthy. Good effort.
Yes, that was Nina Bella Ing with Cortland on bars. Wasn't able to stay on her feet on that dismount, but overall was a pretty solid routine throughout. And the floor music, as always, is getting everyone in the gym hype.
Just for some recap of scores, in vault we have a 9-4 for Delaney. Brianna had a 9.325. And Claire had a 9.175. Sage is going on right now. And then Reagan is being evaluated for her score. On bars, again, just for some recap, we have Kiana with a 9.25, Nina Bella with a 9.2, and Ava, we're still getting her score in. For beam, Emma Brookins breaks, takes the lead with a 9.75, inching away from Alyssa Langston from Utica with a 9.725. That's 0.3 worth of a difference. I suck at math, so I'm not even gonna try, but very, very little, you guys. Then we have Alexis with a 9.65, Abigail, I'm so sorry, Maya with a 9.55, and then Amelia, we're still waiting on her score. And then floor, we have Abby from Ithaca with a 9.75, Hannah Miller with a 9.55, and we're waiting on Caitlin's score right now. I know we can't see all 4 screens like we promised we would at the beginning. We're working through that, so we appreciate your patience, and we're going to continue updating you in the scores while you can't see the gymnastics itself. I love these blind changes that are on the outside. Wow.
With the 6 that was nice.
But you know what I mean though? Like when you're doing a blind change and you go from the outside of your shoulder, that's crazy. See, the other thing is that I'm thinking like how I were to be coached or how I would explain this to the girls. So at commentating, I'm not necessarily the best at remembering all the like names of all the given skills and whatnot, but I'm really enjoying the uniqueness of all these bar routines. Brockport maybe going for a triple series? Nope. Just single series, but she had a mistake there. I think she got a little bit ahead of herself by putting her arms up way too far. And that happens when you're trying to just kind of secure your landing. And your arms definitely like throw you away. She has beautiful lines though.
She's mentally trying to recover from that fall she had on that series.
That fake it till you'll make it we were talking about earlier. Very pretty routine. Even with the fall, it was very clean. I know I've said this already, but I'm loving all of the gingers that we are seeing today. Ah! Amazing for Cortland. Love that. Love, love, love.
Nice stick dismount, for sure. She could feel it too. You know when you're right on point. You don't need to take any steps. You're ready to hear all the cheers for yourself.
She was able to spot that landing pretty far up, too. We're looking at a high 9.8 there for Cortland. At least from one judge, because I can't see the other table that's across from it. But judging by the excitement of the athletes, this should be a pretty good score.
Last on group, we have Leanna Kay, and we're still waiting for Tiara Hickman's score. But just a recap. On vault, Reagan with a 9.225, Sage with a 9.475, and Stacy ended off with a 9.6, the highest score for Springfield on vault today. On uneven bars, Rihanna got a 9.525. That is actually her only event that she will compete today. Tell us, Andrea, what is the hype that event specialists have to keep up whenever
Oh, man.
they're preparing.
I think it's being fully invested. If you're fully invested in kind of staying one event at a time, your job will come to fruition at the end of the meet. Especially like, let's say that you're a specialist in like the last 2 events. So like, whether that's in whatever order, you know, but if we're judging by Olympic order, if your last event is floor and that's your one event, you have to stay in the bubble for every event and kind of know how to pace yourself in order to kind of fully give it your all on your performance. I mean, at the end of the day, you still want to be very present for your team. And in moments like these, you have more than enough adrenaline. It's just a matter of how you decide to use it. Because let me tell you, when you only have one job and you have way too much adrenaline on the event, it's going to throw you off. So it's also like a skill to kind of be able to learn how to balance that.
That's for sure. The right amount of momentum and discipline mentally.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just a quick recap while you were reading out some of the scores. I saw a beautiful triple series there. Flying 9.875, you guys, for the last athlete of Brockport there. Wow. Great job. I think rotation 2 was nothing but exciting. We saw a lot of great routines, a lot of unique routines. I believe every rotation 2 is done. No, I might be lying. I don't know. I know Brockport is done on beam. And the last, wait, we are still waiting on that. Hold on. Leanna K with a 9.875, you guys. Taking the lead above Amelia York and Emma Brookins from Brockport. So Brockport fully dominates on beam.
That's wild.
I think if there's something I've learned to absolutely love in commentary for gymnastics is seeing these scores kind of pop up and then all of a sudden the athlete fully fly to the top. I'm like, oh yeah, we love that. We love to see that. Oh, this is a great view. This is a great leotard also. Wow.
Yes, it looks like we have 2 more on floor. So they are going to be our centerpiece for now.
Some of these like leap series, and I've mentioned this in previous streams, the whole point and everything the judges are looking for you to turn around all the way. More than, you know, aside from your leaps being fully extended over the 180 line, you have to make sure that from the angle your feet start onto the leap, so for a popa example, that's the exact same angle your feet have to land at the end of your leap. So wolf turns, popas, switch halves, switch fulls, all of those like turgites, they all have to end up inching a little bit over the same angle that you started that leap from. Otherwise, they're not gonna count it and they're gonna devalue it, and that's gonna hurt your score. I would know because I was never a flexible athlete, and my leaps were my downfall. They were literally my downfall.
The 10-0 start value is your enemy.
I think it was way worse in elite gymnastics than it was for college. For college, it was nerve-wracking because you only have one set of leaps that needs to be absolutely perfect, and it's just like, well, okay, all right, everybody. Moving over, pivoting to event summary of rotation 2, we see some pretty even scores here. We see a 9.7225 for Ithaca on floor. Balance beam, we see Brockport with a 48.65. Cortland with a 47.3 on bars, and Springfield with a 47.025 on vault. I think, like I said at the beginning, these scores are up and growing. These athletes are giving it their all. To not exaggerate, it's just going to come down to whoever wants it the most, and we're gonna see a lot more. Rotation 3 with Ithaca on vault, bars for Rhode Island coming out of a bye, balance beam for Ursinus, and Utica on floor exercise coming up on rotation 3. We're gonna go into a little break, and we will be right back. All right, we're kind of edging away at the end of the touch warm-up here. Erica, how are you feeling so far? I feel like we've seen a lot of gymnastics. I mean, normally this would be second to last event, and today this is third of 7. So, how are we feeling so far? Let's do a little update.
I feel like Brockport was super huge for the second rotation. They came in strong, so I'm interested to see how Utica, because they weren't in the last rotation, and Rhode Island and Ursinus. You know, just the schools that are waiting for their next rotation. They kind of get, to hydrate and just mentally prepare for the next rotation, which is unusual, especially when you're not in a dual meet and it's not back-to-back rotation. So it's, again,
Right.
just trying to keep that momentum and keep it going into your next event.
So personally, how would you handle a bye or several byes at a meet?
Ever.
The silence was deafening.
That's a good question. I think I would go back to my former concept, fake it till you make it.
Yeah. I think, during college, I didn't necessarily experience a lot of byes in college. I think we had one or two maybe. But I mean, leading up to college, yes, there were a lot of byes, and I think blasting music for me did the trick, and kind of like jumping around, like very boxer-like looking. I was always like jumping in circles and kind of like keeping my calves warm. And then in college, they gave us these like really, really warm, fuzzy socks, and I would walk in socks everywhere. It was always like covered from head to toe, looked like a burrito, so that kind of did it.
This is our first competitor on vault.
All right. So remember, you guys, Ithaca is on vault, Rhode Island is on bars, Ursinus is on beam, and Utica is on the floor exercise. I always feel weird saying floor exercise, but I do realize that the way maybe you kind of glance over events sometimes is very just second nature. I did see a couple cool skills over there in the warm-up. I'm excited to see how they turn out. Showtime. Rhode Island looking pretty confident over there on the bars. I like to say this, and I don't know I didn't know how accurate it was until I actually experienced it. Every team, or at least like I would dare to argue that 90% of the teams turn up the volume of the party on floor. Whether your routine is slower dance, or whatever it is, I feel like teams really do turn the volume on for floor.
Which means it's really loud in there.
Oh yeah. And the other thing is that, when you have sticks like that insane stick by Maya John on her vault, the competitiveness of the cheers is a thing too. I don't know that you guys realize, but while you're trying to stay in your bubble, you're also trying to tune out, simultaneously, you're trying to tune out some of the external noise, which is 7 teams actually going off. And it gets louder and louder the better you do. I don't know. It's a great experience.
The loudest team whenever your gymnast gets done, showing them we are here and we are proud.
And who were able to do that, and I know they're unfortunately not a program anymore. But Simpson College, not Simpson, Lindenwood. They would be so loud. I remember competing against them, and their energy was like, you could not hear them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were always on, always cheering. They had different chants for a lot of things. It was crazy.
Like,
And I was like, whoa. Like from beginning to end, they just did not stop. And I was like, wow, that's the kind of energy a team needs. Every team needs. Oh, I love that little handshake. I used to have that. Shout out to Natalie Horowitz. We would do like a pinky thumb kiss there. So I'd get really nervous and we would like hold our pinkies like this and kiss our thumbs and then put our thumbs together. And that was like my pre-floor juju the last 2 years. I miss that. So far, scores are looking like Madeline with a 9.45 on vault. Maya John with a 9.575 on bars, a 9.275 for Peyton on beam, a 9.725 for Lucy, and floor we're still awaiting on some more scores. I don't know if you've noticed that, but Addison Ferry over there stepped out of bounds and her team was still dialed in with the cheers, you know, saying, doesn't matter that you stepped out of bounds, you did it, good job. Too much power is better than no power, you guys.
I think the important part when looking at that, Ariana Ellis on balancing wasn't able to center herself on that series. She could have a fall. I was gonna say the important part about that is they keep going. You know, hey, get back in there and do this. And just having your teammates on the sidelines just shows you that they're there for you.
Which is also what Ariana is displaying right now. It doesn't matter if I had a fall. The rest of my skills are going to be to the top of my ability. That makes me very happy for her. You can see she kind of touched her heart like, oh my god, I thought I was gonna die there on vault.
Natalie Steed on vault with Ithaca College.
Guys, I don't know that I've ever mentioned this, but that number that's being flashed next to the athlete on the vault runway is it's almost like a series number of the skill she's about to do, so the judges are able to adjust to the right start value. And that is important because if you put the wrong series number for the wrong vault, you're going to get a different start value, and then your entire execution and difficulty score and judging process is going to be thrown out of whack. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and with having two judges, that is the point, is to try to be as accurate as possible, to give the most fair score.
Wow. That was a beautiful front pike there for Natalie Steed. Wow, wow, wow. I love the excitement.
Recap with some scores for Ithaca on vault. Maya John 9.575. Jessica got an 8.45. And Lauren with a 9.55. Still waiting on Natalie and Grace's score. On uneven bars, for Rhode Island, Peyton Green, 9.275. Abigail got a 9.4, and we're still waiting on Peyton's score. On the balance beam for Ursinus College, Lucy Warbert with a big 9.725, and still waiting on the score for Ariana Ellis. And on floor exercise for Utica, Olivia with a 9.6, and Addison with a 9.45.
I want to mention here on beam for Ursinus, Adrienne Roth. Impressive mount to her beam routine with a press to handstand with a little decoration there to landing on her knee, which also meets the requirement of like body on the beam kind of skill. But that was a gorgeous display of control.
Anything upside down was my favorite mount on beam.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, I love her legs. They're so... You know when athletes are able to fully straighten their knees, I was not blessed with that talent, but when you're able to kind of overextend your knees a little bit, that just looks really, really pretty on beam. Seeing a little bit of lack of control over there on floor for Utica. They had one athlete step out of bounds, and the current athlete that's going on right now, her name is Emily Plone. Had a little bit of a sidestep there on her first pass, but she seems to still be enjoying her routine and kind of bracing for her second pass here. So hopefully she's able to finish this routine with an exclamation point. Yeah, I think after those mistakes where you're kind of falling short on your first pass, your legs are very prone to give out. So that's kind of what we just saw. At the moment, they're going to have to count that routine where, if I'm not mistaken, it was Addison Ferry who stepped out of bounds. Had a 9.45. And that's okay. You know, this happens every day. Every day in gymnastics. It's just an unfortunate kind of routine, and like this is not what you're expecting at regional championships, you know? So
the depth in the lineups. You know, we don't have just 4 girls that are competing. That gives them more opportunities to get those high scores, and when those mishaps happen, they're able to let someone else, you know, be able to utilize their score for the day.
Right. The pressure is on, though. Like, the rest of her team has to show up for her, and I think that's the trick surrounding collegiate gymnastics is like, yeah, while you want to be a great contributor, individual contributor to your lineup, you also have to simultaneously fully rely and surrender your confidence to your team whenever you make a mistake. Good control.
This is Erin's on the balance beam for Ursinus. A little bit of a wobble there on her first series.
Oh, I wish she would have been able to control her landing. She had a toe on to a giant to a toe on front dismount. She had way too much flight and way too much power. She had to take a couple steps out of the mat in that routine for, oh my goodness, Leah Krause from Rhode Island on bars.
definitely able to bring that routine in strong with a stick dismount.
Are those tears I'm seeing? Oh my goodness.
She was very
I
happy
think,
to be off the beam.
oh my gosh. Okay, something we can talk about here is, guys, you have to consider some of these teams have 4 to 7 seniors in their team. So a lot of these competitions are going to be highly emotional competitions where some of the athletes, are still leading, still in positions where they are critical key points of the team and the lineup, but these are kind of their last straws here. And it's very like, yeah, very emotional.
Have nationals, this is it.
Exactly. Like they, as much as I would love to see anyone and everyone from this competition go to nationals, it's gonna come down to the wire, and some of these athletes are gonna be cut off by like a tenth or two.
We have an exhibitionist on vault, Anna Miller for Ithaca College. So exhibition gymnasts are just for show. They are, we not considering their score for the all around. But it looks like Hannah Miller is just doing an exhibition routine for vault.
We have also 2 more exhibitions on 2 different events. For Rhode Island, we have an exhibition on bars, and then Ursinus also has an exhibition on beam. So, also in conversation with the coaches this week, they were mentioning how some of these exhibitions are pivotal points in the lineup, because approaching nationals, you got to be ready for anything. So being able to post exhibitions this late in the season, it just, I think, preaching to the choir. Like, we are doing a good job, we are keeping everybody healthy, and if we ever needed to, we have who to rely on outside of our standard lineup.
Precious senior that wants to do all 4 events for their very last couple competitions.
Mm-hmm. We're kind of coming here to the end of rotation 3, you guys. We have 1 more athlete going up for Ursinus on beam, and then for Utica we have 1 more on floor, and then we have exhibitions for both and beam. Trucking away. What do you think? I think it's not. To be completely honest, I thought it was going to take forever, and we are encroaching rotation 4 here, so halfway through, and yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this.
Had a great rotation on vault. Grace Murray with a 9.75. That's huge. Ursinus, their first balance beam routine. Lucy with a 9.7. And then Emmy Graff on floor exercise with Utica got a 9.75. Those are the high scores of this rotation.
Yeah. This is the point in the competition where all the teams are going to want to, grab the bull by the horns and kind of keep the energy going. This is where people tend to get tired and the energy tends to die down a little bit. So the key to surviving another 3 rotations for 7 teams is going to be the energy you put into whoever is up and going.
For the next rotation,
over there,
all teams will be halfway through the event.
that's right.
Test of, do I need a snack or a nap?
Yeah.
Am I gonna push my
Yeah.
team to do their very best?
I see Grace there just having a blast. Her first pass was incredible, ending with a double tuck to a beautiful lunge. You know, I say this a lot, but I really do love when those lunges are really controlled and you don't see the first leg travel backwards a whole lot. I believe that is a deduction. Like the lunge, you're able to take a lunge, but if you're traveling as a whole after your lunge, if your front leg travels after you give your lunge, then that is a step. But I really do like when athletes are able to spot the ground and really do control that lunge. It's very pretty, very artistic, coming out of hard pass, like a double back.
And that's details matter. I mean, even a tenth is the difference between first place and last place.
A lot.
So.
Yep. Yeah. People underestimate the collegiate scoring, but it really does come down to the wire. It's crazy. I mean, we could even argue this in like an Olympic level. Look at what happened the last Olympics. The whole debacle on floor was over less than 2/10, I believe.
Yes, it was. It was very down to the wire.
Wow, again, like we were talking earlier, beautiful display of elegance. That was great. Last routine, best routine in my opinion. Yep. Good job for Ursinus there as a whole. They kind of worked through this entire lineup. I think they had their mistakes in there and they had their wobbles and low moments, but definitely wrapping it up like this will be a confidence boost for them. I'm not sure if we're gonna get to see the exhibitions, perhaps. I think this is the interesting part when you don't know what's happening and everybody's like kind of like where are we going? I see a 9.85 there.
Yes. On floor. That's been a high score for Utica.
All right, so event summary here. I'm gonna read off what I've got so far. For Ithaca on vault, we have a 47.975. For Rhode Island on bars, we have a 46.575. On balance beam, we're still waiting a score, so I'm going to skip over that one. Utica on the floor had a 48.275. Again, those 48 highs are going to make the difference for teams to dominate in this competition. So far on beam, we are waiting the score for Madison, which was that very beautiful routine we just saw at the very end. She kind of closed the entire thing with a gold ribbon and a 9.8. There we go. So what do you think, Erica? I think that was great.
Excited to get to the next rotation to see how the other teams are able to keep up their hype. On vault,
Yeah,
we'll have
so
Utica. On uneven bars, we'll have Springfield. Balance beam will be Cortland, and on the floor exercise will be Brockport.
oh
And it looks
man.
like we have one exhibition gymnast on uneven bars in the next rotation.
Oh man, that's exciting. This is rotation for you guys. Let's take a quick water break. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. Thank you for staying. Thank you for listening to us. We really do appreciate you guys' time, and I hope you guys are enjoying the stream and some really, really good gymnastics so far.
Yes, we hope you're enjoying it as much as we are.
All right, everybody. I just want to remind everyone that this is Brockport's, Cortland's, and if I am not mistaken, there's one more team that this is only their second event. Like, this is rotation 4, and they're only coming on to their second event of the night. I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like the amount of things we've seen so far are very, like, there's a lot of variety and a lot of depth here. A lot of, wow, those, I am amazed by some of the warm-ups here that I am looking at right now. Some of the blind changes on bars. And as I was, talking to some of the coaches over the week, they were also mentioning how the uniqueness of D3 kind of shines really bright because these athletes are willing to learn new things and are able to do so, and I'm, kind of speechless when it comes down to like things like bar routines or pretty displays of flexibility on beam, or like pretty dances on floor, or 1.5s on vault, which we will be seeing later today. And so, yeah, just great growth in this program, and I'm really, really excited for what's to come. What do you think, Erica?
Course of their season, it's pretty easy to look at the amount of competitions that they have, and for them to be able to learn that new upgrade and build that strong foundation for their routines and be able to put that into their competition, the next weekend, which you don't see in club gymnastics. In college gymnastics, you already have that strong foundation, and you can have that upgrade and be able to put it into your gymnastics immediately.
That's one of the coolest things about some of these conversations that I have with the coaches. And they were like, yeah, we take like our sweet time into learning new stuff. And we do that so we can create more opportunities for the girls to kind of put more depth into their routines. And that's to me, that's really awesome.
But we have finished up warm up and let's get starting to compete. There's the pump out for Utica.
Starting off with a stuck layout there, like stuck cold. That is what you want to see coming out of a bye. Again, just trying to set the tone for the rest of their lineup.
Take a moment and talk about the song choices of these college gymnasts. I mean, they have to have the thunder. They have to have, the hype in their routine. It's always interesting to me to see them fit the personality of the gymnast perfectly because they've been in gymnastics for so long. They know what type of floor routine they're going to have, what type of vibe they're going to bring, the personality that they're going to have in their floor routine.
Yeah, and I think that builds up into your career in club. I feel like club is to decide which direction do you want to go. What works best for you? Do you want to dance more? Do you want to breathe less? Do you want to breathe more? Do you want to pose more? And there's a lot of differences between dancing and posing. I don't know that a lot of people notice that. But there's a lot of choreographies that are very heavy on poses and kind of more paused movements. And there's other routines that is just a straight dance choreography. And that will take a toll on your lungs, you guys. So definitely, that is also a thing you have to take into consideration when you're trying to pick out a routine or a music for your floor routine. Well, I really like those flared out layouts. Really pretty. And you can tell, the athlete knows where she is. So she's able to kind of flaunt that.
That was a good routine from Diana Tosta and from Brockport on the floor.
She had a little bit of a short landing there on her first pass, which is kind of unfortunate. I think she kind of did not brace for her punch out of her layout, so her full came out a little bit short, and I'm not sure if she landed, like she put a knee on the floor, but she was pretty low. Triple series there for Cortland on the beam. Her name is Gianna. She's a very long-legged lady. So all her lines are very extended and very pretty. Able to show off that artistry. Beautiful. Switch to a leap series.
Definitely a stuck dismount.
Mm-hmm.
And the first gymnast on floor, Callie, from Brockport with a 9.725. Her score just came in. That was a huge
Good job. Yep. Even with a mistake, even with a mishap, imagine how good your routine has to be overall for you to score 9.725 with a mistake on your first pass. That's great. That's greatness. We're seeing Springfield over there in the bars. So far, we don't have a score. At least I don't have one for Maya. Oh, that was a beautiful twisting dismount. I think she was a little bit short there, but super exciting still. Wow, beautiful side aerial by Taylor over there on the beam for Cortland. Very floaty. Her head was not close to the beam whatsoever. Gorgeous routine for Taylor. My mistake. That's Victoria Cave. Alright, let's see some... Yeah, let's see some scores. For rotation 4, we have Utica with Haley 9475, Melissa with a 9.225, Jenna with a 9.275, Madison with a 9.375, and Grace Mara with a 9.5. It's a pretty good, the high score in that lineup. Right over Haley Miller. Emma Graff is going on right now. On bars for Springfield, we had an 8.525. We're still waiting on Elsie's score, and for Cortland on beam, we have a couple of 9.65s for both Gianna and Taylor Goldstein. On floor for Brockport, we have a 9.25 and a 9 for Aladina Tostado, and then Claire Wood is on eval up next. And it was my mistake when I said Callie had a good score with a mistake. The athlete that had a mistake was Aladina Tosado, and she had a 9 on floor, so I apologize for that.
Yes, the Callie score is a 9.725. That's exciting for Brockport. An Emmy score just came in for vault. It's a 9.675. And Victoria Cave on balance beam for Cortland is a 9.775.
I really like these. You know, when athletes after an event, they hug their coaches and whatnot, and like, it's a really heartfelt moment when you have a really good routine. For example, Anna over there for beam. You know, these are very special moments, which reminds me of what I was talking to the coaches. Also, I did ask them about 2 memories during the 2025 season. And it was an overlapping, like, memory across the board when the coaches mentioned that their top memory was either having a good victory against whatever team, being able to display high difficulty skills, and the bonding part of their team. Because you spend your every waking moment with these girls, and you know, I believe it was my interview with Coach Diana from Springfield. She said, you know, I really love seeing them grow as people, and you know, something along the lines as she really enjoys seeing how they bond and how they enjoy, you know, bus rides and travel times and how they behave as individuals, because that makes, you know, her team. Those are the personalities that really do make her team. So that is awesome. Great stuff right there.
And that was Jamari on floor exercise. That was an amazing routine for her, for Brockport. And Claire Wood's score came in for Brockport on floor exercise. It's an 8.85.
I don't know if I missed that routine or what happened to me, but I don't know what happened for it to be an 8.85.
And that's just where it looks like the small things add up.
Mm-hmm.
It's the little things, you know, that contribute to that huge score and make you a contributor for your team.
Tessa over there for Cortland, just missing her triple series. All the way up to the very end. Her legs were pretty clean. Her rhythm was pretty good, and she's not able to stay on the event.
Agree when you were talking about coaches. I mean, you get off the apparatus, and when you feel like the stars have aligned and you just do all of the things you've been doing in practice, and it all comes together into that one routine in front of the judges, and you get that stick and you get off of the event, you're looking at your coach, basically hugging them, saying thank you for all that you've done for me, and just allowing me to have this moment today.
I remember some of the coaches saying it's kind of cliche to say, I mean, everybody says this is family. She said, but really though, we are family. These are my girls and I love them to death. And they see their coach for Cortland. She's very passionate and very driven to her team. She has very good individuals here that work really hard for being specialists in certain events. She has a good amount of athletes that have great academic students also, like 4.0 GPAs. And that is also very important at the end of the day. So, circling back to that moment where you hug your coach, it's like, thank you for everything. I just love you so much.
Yeah, because in club gymnastics, it's a little different. You spend the 25 hours in the gym with your coach, but then you go home, and you have a different life outside of the gym. But whenever you're in college, there are students that are living on campus, and that is their home.
This is it. Oh, hi to you. I love when the girls are able to say hi to the camera. I'm like, hi.
We just have a couple more routines for Springfield, Cortland, and Brockport. It looks like vault is complete. Emmy Graf was the last score with a 9.675. On uneven bars, Sarah Browns received an 8.175 for Springfield. Anna Lee with a huge 9.75. And Jay Marie with Brockport on floor received a 9.75 as well.
Again, with those beautiful triple series, Cortland is just being very aggressive in this event. I think that sometimes that's very unlikely. But if I'm not mistaken, when I did speak to Cortland's coach, she was all about, we are going to give it our best, go all out. My goal is to stay on the event, but truly, because they were, like, for people that don't know, they were ranked number 2 after Brockport last year. So they have seen their spot on the light, I'm sure, more than once. So this is what the goal is this year. She said it's not the best place to be when you're ranked number 6 in the region this far into the season, but she's like, I'm really happy with everybody and I'm just looking for performing and like showing up and showing out.
It's just in. Emma's floor score for Brockport with a whopping 9.8.
This is one of those event summaries that I'm really excited to reach, because I really want to see, like, we've only seen a couple 46s, not a lot of 46s. Everybody is ranging in that 47, 48, 7 kind of like range. So I'm really curious.
Looks like they were done on bars. That last routine from Ayako Maida. Her teammates were going crazy. So we're super excited for that stick dismount.
Springfield coach said that Ayako is probably their strongest suit. You know, she's an international athlete. She has a lot of experience. She loves gymnastics, and she said, and she loves bars. She loves to do this stuff. So she's a very reliable athlete for Springfield. And I mean, that's why she's their anchor. She's strong and confident, and she has the depth to do it too. So looks like Ayako is she's going to be our centerpiece, like you said before. Still waiting on Sage's score, and then Kiara Hockman for Brockport on floor is the very last athlete to go over there. So we're just waiting on those scores. So far, again, Cortland ending the beam rotation with a 48.325. Those 48s are going to be very important at the end of today to kind of place people in the top 3.
Yeah, and it boils down to the right amount of balance that we were talking about earlier, with the right amount of hype, the right amount of discipline. And I think bars is that perfect balance between strength and balance, honestly.
Yeah. So we saw their Sage go for 9.25, breaking that streak of 8s that Springfield has had on this bar lineup, rotation 4, because they started off with Maya with an 8.525, Elsie got an 8.875, Sarah 8.175, and Claire with an 8.425. So we'll see what Ayako brings to the table. Good routine. Very good routine. Very good ending for Springfield on this event.
Yeah, a little bit of a hop on that dismount, but she seemed to ease right through that routine.
All right. Oh my goodness. Rotation 4 is officially over. We have 2 more to go. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Brockport fell short to Cortland there for 3/10 to be exact. Cortland taking the lead here on the rotation 4, not necessarily altogether, but on this precise rotation, Cortland ended up with a 48.325. Brockport ending floor with a 48 even. Still awaiting a score from Springfield on bars, but it's looking like a good 43.25. Might be higher depending on Ayako's score. And then Utica on vault ending with a 47.3. I think we're looking in pretty good shape for rotation 5.
It does look like that matchup between Cortland and Brockport. As you said, last year they did go head to head. Brockport was first as the East Region champions, and Cortland was second. So we'll see how they pan out. Next up, Brockport is going to be on vault, Ithaca on bars, Rhode Island on the balance beam, and Ursinus on the floor exercise.
This is gonna be a good showdown, you guys. Let's go for a good breather. Let's take a walk around the room for a second. Let's take some air. 2 more rotations of gymnastics coming up, and we'll be right back. All right, so it's looking like we're getting ready to compete here. I believe Ithaca has already began with their... Nope. It really did have me fooled there. I really thought they were going. So sorry, you guys. Looks clean, though. Good warm-up.
I think Brockport did start on vault. I think they started competing on vault.
That green light on my other monitor. I'm just like the first runner-ups of these lineups for vault is going to be Leanna Kay. For bars for Ithaca is going to be Sienna Blake. Balance beam is going to be Ivy Jimenez for Rhode Island, and then floor exercise is going to be Isabella Scarpetti for Ursinus. All right, everybody. It's showtime. Rotation 5 on the road. Starting with a good ganger there by Sienna Blake. Brockport also starting. So she's got good full. Good landing for Sienna. Both Sienna and Leanna have really, really similar names. For Ms. K and Ms. Blake, they have really good landings, really good performances on both vault and bars. I really do love this floor music. It's so entertaining. So far, everything is looking pretty good. Over there for Rhode Island, we saw a very unique front toss to kind of a bottom landing. We don't see that every day. We don't see that controlled, to say the least. She had no problem performing that. Beautiful, beautiful back handspring to gainer full. Those, I believe, those dismounts are always so interesting because they're so intricate and so complex that it baffles me every time they do it. Oh man, we're seeing huge gangers there. What is going on? I love this. Beautiful free hip to a stuck double back. You guys, these girls are bringing in the heat.
like we have a little bit more energy in the room, which, as if there could be.
Yeah, no, definitely. Brockport did say they were going to stick with the simple and clean vaults today, so we will not be seeing a 10-0 vault today. Even though previously Coach highlighted that she was very happy that her anchor was able to perform a 1.5 and successfully land that to close out the lineup.
Nice series from Abigail Bunch on the balance beam with Rhode Island. She's not letting the hype of the room throw her off the beam.
All right, so I've kind of sat back and taken a hard look at what's going on here. Everybody is not only being very careful of everything they're doing, but they're really mostly trying to control their every move. So I've seen this on the landings on bars. I've seen this on the, takes on beams. So, before a series or even before a lead, you can see the girl kind of taking a deep breath and okay, settle down. On floor, you see everybody highly enjoying themselves, but really just paying attention to those corners. I'm sure everybody's aware of several of the mistakes that we had the previous rotation. So you can see the hyper focus there for the landings and the small details. Wow, that was a beautiful Jurchenko full for Brockport there. I believe that is the athlete that is more than capable of a 1.5. However, decided to play it safe today. Her name is Kiara Hockman. Remember that name, guys. I believe she's only a sophomore. Ithaca is making waves over here on bars. They have a ton of gingers and beautiful connections to bales. So it looks like that's the specialty for Ithaca. Another really good full for Brockport there. Finishing up that lineup rather quickly. That was very smooth, just to the point. In and out.
That was a nice beam routine from Madeline from Rhode Island. She had some nice connections, really nice lines with a stuck landing at the very end of her dismount. Like you were talking about, Andrea, you know, the coaches are having their detailed talks, talking about the very little things that they can do to keep in mind, keep on the gymnast radar, make sure that they are not making the small mistakes.
Very strategic. Wow, an E pass there on floor for Ursinus from Ariana Ellis. Front double full. I really like those open double backs. It makes me feel like they are able to do that. Looked like a timer for a full in or full out. And just like we said at the beginning, these girls are used to training like upgrades for all of their skills, so it wouldn't surprise me that in future seasons we see her do a full out. Rhode Island is having a blast over there on beam. I'm not gonna lie, like right before this mistake that we see right here, she was kind of like bouncing to the floor music, just going with the rhythm. I don't know if that ever happened to any other athletes, but when I was like on beam and there was another music playing around me, I was like, okay, let's try to focus on this rhythm. Outside of that mistake though, she has really good lines and really good skill sets in this routine. She has really pretty like displays of flexibility. And I think she's a little shaken by that mistake and she's letting that get to her a little bit. So then she ends up having more wobbles than needed. But again, it's all about the things you can control. Like that landing. Good job.
Rhode Island. Still waiting on the score from that huge routine from sophomore Lauren Babino with Ithaca. But next up, we have Maya John on the uneven bars.
We have 3 exhibitions, rotation 5. One for wow, stuck landing. Let's go.
Yes, that is freshman Maya John. She's a freshman this year, so she's really bringing it in for regionals.
So exciting. Yes, like I was saying, Ithaca has Sky Cohen for an exhibition. Rhode Island has Dominique Harris for an exhibitionist on beam, and then floor for your seniors, you have Addison Tange.
And Lauren's score came in a 9.7. That was a huge routine.
Wow. That is big talk right there. You being able to score a 9.7 on bars. Or one of the big girls. Ooh, she was really trying to pursue that stuck landing and she almost did not make it to her feet. Krause over there on beam. We saw her on bars earlier kind of fly out of frame on her bars dismount, but so far she has a really pretty beam routine. Just slight bobbles here and there, but overall really good control. There goes the split beam we were talking about earlier. That's not fun. However,
Hold on.
holy brave. Holy brave.
Wow.
That might have been the highlight of my night. Yep. Also, I need to stop talking. I'm jinxing these girls. Good fight overall. Like, she must be really happy to know that she's able to swing that and not touch the ground. Just for a recap, Brockport is ended their vault rotation with a 48.525, you guys. Let me say that again. 48.525. That's, oh my goodness. I think their highest score was a 9.85, followed by a pair of 9.75 and a 9.7. Had to drop a 9.475, but still, these are scores that don't start from a 10-0 point. So realistically, when you start looking from the start value to what they actually took away, that 9.85 is only half a tenth. So a 9.9 would have been a 10-0 for her. I'm sure it was very well deserved too.
Yeah, Kiara had a huge vault.
We're waiting on.
Like Ursinus has been pretty consistent in the 9.7 on the floor today. Maya John, freshman Maya John with a 9.725 on the uneven bar.
Yes. Yes, we love a 9.725 for Maya. That kind of wraps up their entire team score at a 47.45.
Looks like we won't be watching those exhibition routines today. We just have one more routine from Olivia Keys on the balance beam for Rhode Island.
We're waiting on that score from Megan from Ursinus on floor, but so far they're sitting at a 48.5. Again, reaching so far, so close from Brockport. Like, I would argue that Brockport, Cortland, and Ursinus are just edging away from each other there, trying to fight for that top 3 spot.
Yeah. Well, and I would say in the last 2 rotations, Cortland kind of has an advantage because they have no downtime. They're able to go the very last rotation back to back and be able to finish up the routine or the competition.
Oh yeah, because Cortland is done, correct? No, they have.
No, they're going to be in the last 2 rotations. I mean, like
okay.
they'll be back to back. This is their last downtime. Yes. They'll be back in the game, and then they will finish off the competition.
They'll be done. They'll be done. We see a couple 8s there kind of fly.
Wow. Megan on floor with her sinus got a 9.825.
The day I see a 9.9 here, I will pass away, you guys. Please give it to them. Come on. That was a back handspring to fully extended feet together layout. Not your typical, hand lay that you see on beam. Explosive and gorgeous all at the same time. Hold on. I need to see. Give me 1 second. This is the one, the only Olivia Keys, you guys. I'm expecting nothing below a 9.8. Please, for the love of everything that's holy, give it to her. All right, so just kind of going through what we've got, waiting on Olivia Keys' score. Brockport ending rotation 5 on vault with a 48.525. I already mentioned that. Ithaca in the bars with a 47.45. Ursinus on floor with a 48.7. And then, what's it gonna be, you guys? RIC is currently sitting at a 46.5. They need to drop that 8825, so Olivia's score needs to be a little bit higher than a 9.5 for them to step onto the 47.5s, if that. All right, so we see here, just in the meantime, let's loop back to Olivia there. But Ursinus will go to vault for rotation 6. Bars will go to Utica. Balance beam will be for Springfield, and Cortland will be on floor. Let me see. Come on, judges, I really want to see the score before we go on to a break. Oh. How are you feeling so far, Erica? I feel like this rotation really did a number on us.
I mean, there are only 2 9.8s for this rotation, so I'm hoping that we get that third from Olivia. But I'm excited. I'm pumped. I'm interested to see how Ursinus does in the next rotation, to see how they finish up their competition.
All right, the score is in. It's a 9.725. Yes. I would have hoped for that to be a little bit higher, but whatever. I am not a judge. I would have unfortunately gave her a 9.9 and overscored her. I would have been one of those. But they do end up rotation 5 with a 47.4. So we're approaching here rotation 6. Second to last rotation. You guys were almost to the finish line here. We're moving pretty quickly, to be honest. It's only been 2 hours and 30 minutes. I hope you're not tired of us yapping your ear away. But so far, so good. Again, still really grateful that we get to bring this kind of content to you guys, and hope that you guys are enjoying yourselves. All right, so it looks like rotation 6 warm-up is coming to an end here. I saw some pretty interesting things in, you know, the underway of this warm-up was pretty good. Some good flared Jaegers with like hands on the side type deal. Good passes on floor, good landings on beam, some strong vaults. So I'm hoping to see how some of these teams wrap it up, and where they fall in the grand scheme of things.
Four-minute touches really for them to just get on the equipment, get off, be able to just warm up a couple of skills. They don't
Get
really
moving.
get to do a full routine during that time. So it's interesting to see some of them actually get to the start from finish.
What kind of touch would you say like you liked to do more?
What do you mean?
Like if you had a 2-minute touch on beam, you said you liked beam. What would be your touch warm up?
That is a good question. If I had a 2-minute touch, I'd get up and do probably the hard stuff first. Just in case that didn't work out, I was able to, re-warm it up. So probably the series first, and then the dance element, and then the dismount.
Yeah.
That sounds like 2 minutes to me. If I had time after, I'd do maybe the mount.
Yeah, the other thing is that I don't know, you have a 2-minute period as a whole. Like, you don't have personally 2 minutes. I feel like you have maybe 1 or 2 turns onto the beam. So
30 seconds.
Kind of like chalk it while you can. All right, so we saw the first athlete go over there for bars. Oh, let me bring names here. So Grace Mara for Utica opened the lineup for bars. Did a pretty good job. She pulled a little bit on that dismount. I would have liked for her shoulders to be a little bit more open, but she had a stuck landing or a little bit of a hop, if I'm not mistaken, and overall pretty good.
Perfect landing from Brenna Johns for Springfield on balance beam. What an overall very fluid routine.
Again, I think these are tiers, you guys. I'm not able to see who's a senior, who's a freshman at the moment, but judging by the tiers, this is a senior, and this is probably like her last performance if she doesn't make it to nationals. Another very emotional, like, oh my goodness. Are we all about to start sobbing here? Come on. I see one person crying and then I am in shambles. I can't do it. I'm an empath. So
I think Brenna Johnson is actually a first year, but I don't think balance beam has been her best events this year. So
far,
yes. Very grateful to be able to finish that routine.
See, and that also gets people in their feels. Like being able to perform well after having a rocky kind of lead up to this moment, even getting the opportunity to go out in the event, is just like tears of gratefulness at that point. Starting off the vault for Ursinus, Madison scores a 9.550. It's like Tessa Sutton is going onto the floor right now, following a 9.75 by Catherine McSweeney. Also, you guys, if I am absolutely butchering any of these names, please let me know for future reference. That just means I need to read more. So Melissa is on right now for bars, and she had a really pretty pack salto. Oh my goodness, really good routine, good double back. A little bit of leg separation there on her transition back to the high bar, but overall pretty good. Really pretty pass by Tessa over there on the floor. I was telling this to a co-commentator I had last time I commentated for Virtius. Those round off 1.5 to fulls are always very impressive to me because I was never able to like go from a back, you know, from a back skill to a front skill. So a round off 1.5 to a full, I could have done a punch for sure, but not a full. I feel like it's two different directions and I get all discombobulated. I don't know where I'm going.
Ooh,
good vault there.
Landing. Yes, on vault.
Didn't you think she kind of saved it there? She was a little high there on the entrance, and then she's still again controlling the controllables.
She was. Yeah.
Good job. I believe that was Michaela Duffy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You just cut out on my end, and now it's like, huh? But we got you guys. Okay, so question. For club, at least, do the coaches have these kind of talks prior to performances with the athlete? You know, how some of, you know, they come up to you on the beam or whatever.
I mean, definitely. I would say, for me personally, the type of talk that I had changed. You know, I was always, in the beginning, I was trying to give them all of the details that they needed to think about, and then, you know, now I think of it more as a pep talk. You know, this is time to have fun and enjoy your gymnastics. All of the work that you've put in. This is where you're gonna see it displayed. So just get out there and have fun.
I am liking how many Durchenko fulls we're seeing today. I feel like what we were talking about previously, some of these coaches are really trying to hone in on learning new skills and trying to upgrade, and some of these like fulls have a lot of height, so I wouldn't doubt that in the future, like 2026, 2027, these girls come out with huge 1.5s. Okay, I do want to say something that, you know, I did see a lot in club, but I did not see a lot of, I don't see that a lot in college, is those twisting dismounts from bars. Those look hard. So hard. How does one even go about them?
I think what's important is that they try to keep it clean and simple in college gymnastics. You know, they want to be able to be consistent. And I think when they see that they are not consistent in practice, you know, that's not something that they're going to want to put into their routine.
Yeah. Also, you know how I mentioned that front toss to that bottom landing, that we don't see a lot of controlled ones. Previously, I'm gonna take a gander before I say anything. An athlete from Rhode Island did this. I believe it was Madeline or Emma. I can't remember which one. She did that front toss, had no problems, and then we see Lily like have a little bit of an off situation with it. She wasn't able to land fully on her bottom and kind of slided to the side and had to take a fall there.
Seemed like she wasn't able to pick it back up after that. She seemed a little bit stuck on that mistake, but she was able to finish the routine and land her dismount on her feet. Which is very frustrating. I mean, if you get, have a wobble even, it's very frustrating to just mentally wipe that off, pick it up, get back on the beam, and keep going like it didn't happen.
The Finding Dory perspective. I've got short-term memory loss. I wish it were that simple. I feel like for some people that's very expected, almost like, oh, she's able to do that. And then there's other people like myself. I wasn't always able to get over things, and it would ponder, so it would haunt me through the rest of the meet, and that was something I had to take a hard learn. Also really good skill over there for Utica, Caitlin Baz. Going up on the bars there. Double A out. Do a stop landing. Yes.
That was nice.
Absolutely. I'll take that any day.
To give a little bit of a recap on the scores for Ursinus on vault: Madison with a 9.55, Megan with a 9.5, Erin Stubbs with a 9.575, sorry. Michaela with a 9.65, and Sydney with a 9.5. For Utica on uneven bars, so far we have Grace with an 8.35, Melissa with an 8.975, and Christina with an 8.175. On balance beam for Springfield, Brenna with a 9.0, and we're still waiting on that score for Lily. And then on the floor exercise for Cortland, we have a 9.75 for Catherine, Tessa with a 9.6, Victoria with a 9.65, and we're still waiting on a score for Samantha. So we're about halfway through this rotation, guys.
Okay, you guys, I think it's getting tight, you guys. I don't want to say anything before, it's not done till it's done. But, I mean, realistically, this is the last meet before Nationals, and I'm extremely curious to see who's going to end up on top.
Eric with a huge vault score, a 9.8.
Oh, man.
To average a 9.8, that is exciting.
So we see Lily there on balance beam for Springfield, the 7.7. That has to be the lowest score of the entire competition. She did have 2 falls off the beam. So that would explain why it's like a dramatic drop. Springfield is going to be looking into really tightening the rest of their lineup and making sure that everybody is centered and kind of really focusing on just not so much on the mistakes, but staying on the event. It's kind of wild to me how, you know, it only feels like I've been talking for 2 minutes, and vault is done for Ursinus with a 48.075. Again, guys, those 48s are important. Keep them in mind. And then Utica is currently in their last athlete with, like, I think we're waiting on 2 scores so far. Sitting at 34.95, so that will go up. And then Flora, we have 1 more person to go up. The only thing that's taking a little bit longer is Springfield on beam. We have 3 more. Sage is currently performing. That would have been a really pretty acro series if she had been on. I think sometimes when you do a hand lay and you're fully off from the takeoff, there's no salvaging it. And I know it's cheesy, whatever, but you are really just working with a 4-inch width of an event. So 1 hair is going to throw you off.
A lot of people don't know that. The beam is only 4 inches wide, people.
I feel like that has been mentioned a lot more in the past few years, and you know, I've taken a gander to social media sometimes to see what people think of gymnastics commentary, and I know some people are like, okay, stop telling us the same things over and over and over again. But I think it's important for us to state these things because every day you get somebody that hasn't tuned in before, even if it's 1 person. So it would be unfair for the new viewers for us to kind of just assume that they already know.
Yeah, the uninformed need to be informed.
Especially in something that is so complicated. Honestly, gymnastics is mentally gymnastics and physical gymnastics. It's hard to understand, you guys, sometimes.
Talking about with the different divisions, you can't just look at one competition and think that you have a hold of gymnastics as a whole. Just like we were talking about the different skills that they do in certain divisions, and we're seeing a lot of, you know, of the same skills within this division. You can watch, you know, a different meet and be in a totally different realm of gymnastics.
Right. It also depends on different schools because, like, this is only the eastern region. You know, we're only seeing part of the D3 section as a whole, and I don't know, gymnastics is so unique and I love it every time. I just sit, like I said before, I sit here and just, I'm ready to be surprised every time. I do want to shout out Brockport here for a second. The arena that they're in right now, they're doing a great job at playing really good music. And for people that think that doesn't matter, it does. It makes a whole difference. It sets a good environment. So I'm really happy for them to be able to set a good, like, a good energy for everybody. Yeah? And anyway, going back to gymnastics, going on beam right now, we have Scarlett and she is doing a phenomenal job. That acro series was a front aerial to a back tuck, absolutely stunning. And I remember talking to Springfield coach about her. You see there, she has a little bit of an elbow brace. This series is actually normally it's a front aerial to back handspring, but she said, I still want to compete, so how about we do something not related to my arms? Still managed to get into the lineup. How clever, how smart, and how strong do you have to be able to do that?
Injuries are a totally different realm as well. I mean, just being able to cater your routine surrounding something that, you want to be able, of course, you're a contributor to that event, but you want to be able to.
I'm going to correct myself real quick that her name is Maya Bellog. Scarlett is whose score we're waiting for right now. My mistake. But yes, she had said that she was experiencing a little bit of, like, I don't know if it was a little tear in her elbow or something like that, but she was not going to take a no for an answer, and she decided to go with it. Right. Are we looking just about done, I believe, for rotation 6? I think we're only waiting for 2 scores on the beam, so to kind of give you a brief summary, we have a 48.075 for Ursinus on vault. On bars for Utica, we have a 44.3. They had a little bit of a streak there with 4 8s. And then 2 pairs of 9s. So a 9.45 for Caitlin, and Emmy Graff got a 9.050. And then for floor, Cortland got a 48.5, which is, again, exactly the scores they are chasing. They're wanting to get these higher scores. They're wanting to kind of dominate and edge away to Brockport because they have been able to taste that second place spot. So it has been pivotal for them to kind of keep their thumb on the pulse for this one. Still waiting for 2 scores from Springfield, and then we should be moving over to rotation 7. This might take a little while, so what are some thoughts you've got so far, Erica?
I'm excited to see Brockport and how they finish up. I think that will be almost like the focal point because of their history with regionals. But I'm honestly excited to see how beam pans out. Just being able to have balanced beam as the last event. It's a trend that it's hard.
Yeah. Definitely.
A lot.
Definitely something that you're gonna want to look forward to finishing strong in this event. Ithaca has had a really good meet so far, and them finishing on beam, I think, will set them apart from the rest. So I don't know. We'll see.
And I think the
okay,
hardest
guys,
part too is that we're not ending together. Like Ursinus is done, Utica is done, Springfield is done competing, and they get to watch these other scores and in anticipation of how did we pan out?
Yes. And I will go back and re-correct myself again. Previous girl with elbow injury, Scarlett. Current girl, Maya. My eyes are deceiving me lately. Front toss to back handspring. Really pretty. No movement on the feet, so that means good connection. At this point, this is what the judges are looking for. That in between your connections, in between skills, you don't move. She has good rhythm. patience there. You can hear her team like cheering for dear life. Oh, and a stock landing. Absolutely, Maya. Bring it. Bring it. I mean, they needed that. That is so, so important for them as the last routine of this entire, you know, competition for Springfield, because after this they're done. And Scarlett was able to bump up the lineup with a 9-7. So this should be a pretty good ending line for Maya in the Eastern Regionals. She's
capitalizing off of that 9.7 from Scarlett Ayakawa.
Usually when you have a teammate that builds you up like that, you are for certain to score even or higher. Oh, it's a 9-9, people. No way. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Okay, wait. Okay, a judge scored, like, flashed a 9-9. I am really interested to see total. Come on, give it to me. You saw the girls literally screeching.
That'll be the first 9-9.
Oh. Hopefully she takes the first place on beam. Oh man, this is so exciting. Again, centerpiece of the competition. 9-8-2-5, brother. They're so stingy.
What a huge routine, though.
So disappointing. Sad. That is sad to me. She deserved better. Boo. Boo, judge. Well, they do wrap up their competition with a beam score of 47.25. So let's see where that takes us. That takes them at a 187.325 as like a final score tonight, which is, I believe, pretty on par with what they have been scoring so far. Average wise, let me take a gander right here. Yes, their high is a 187.1, and today they finished up with a 187.325. So they absolutely broke that, and now this is their new high. So they should be having some individual athletes kind of go and potentially qualify for nationals as individuals. Okay, I'm extra curious now, and I want to see what are the stats and who's leading on beam right now. So, so far, we have Leanna K from Brockport with a 9.875. So it means that another judge. This wasn't the first 9-9 to be flashed all night. And then we have a two-way tie so far, again, with Amelia York from Brockport and Springfield's Maya Bellog with a 9.825. That is greatness in the making right there. And I don't mean to, like, add any type of, like, extra competition to this conversation, but that's literally Springfield telling Brockport, hey, don't get too comfortable, because we're gonna come for you, and we have what it takes to get up with the number one team in the region right now.
Yeah, that's exciting. That is gonna be one of their highlights from this competition today.
Absolutely. So looking into rotation 7, you guys absolutely skipped the break this time because I was way too stunned about this. Um, so rotation 7 will wrap up with Cortland on vault. Bars will go to Brockport. Ithaca will take the lead on beam, and then Rhode Island will close the show on floor. So first starters for Cortland is going to be Rory Allen. Brockport will have Julia. Ithaca will have Natalie Steed, and floor will have Madeline Brandt. Break rotation 7 here. Holy buckets. I'm gonna take another gander, and I want to see how, what are the other stats, because this is just exciting. So on all around, we have a good amount of people doing all around at the moment. We have about 4 people doing all around, and it goes for Utica taking the lead right now so far up to rotation 7. Emmy Graff from Utica, Erin Rowe second place for Ursinus, Sage Kaplan from Springfield taking 3rd place, and Grace Mara from Utica taking 4th. The leader goes off with a 38.125. That is really, really good scores all over the board. But we will see. We will see what ends up happening. So far, the competition is not over, obviously. So we're still waiting on the 4 teams we see on the screen right now. But so far, the highest score goes to Ursinus with a 199.25. Utica with a 187.85, and Springfield following with 187.325. Obviously, Brockport, Cortland, Ithaca, and RIC have another event to go, so they're sitting in the 140s right now, and we will see. We will see, but the top score to beat right now is a 199.25. Brockport has to score well over 191 to be able to take the lead. That was exciting. That's the first time I've actually spoken legitimate numbers, which is really exciting. But you're welcome, you guys.
It's like our warm-up has ended. We are starting with Rory on vault for Cortland and Natalie on beam.
Every time I see Ithaca's leotard, I gasp. It's so pretty. Do I hear some salsa? Excuse me, ma'am? Not only do I hear salsa, I hear Bad Bunny. Hello? Oh my goodness. Oh yes, bring the sauce, Miss Madeline. Please. She hesitated there to finish that wolf turn. A little bit short on the end. Ithaca having a little bit of trouble there at the end of her dismount. Oh, I'm telling you, this is where things get interesting. Pressure is on. Good ending pass by Madeline. I was thinking how late did they have to create routines in the season, because Bad Bunny's songs, I mean, not to hype up Bad Bunny at this moment or give him a shout out. I mean, do shout out. I'm Puerto Rican. Love ya, babes. But his music came out January. That's crazy. What kind of routine has she been doing this entire time? That's crazy. Preseason? Did she do any? I don't know. That is the kind of thought I have right now.
Debut.
Yeah. No, I've heard it
for one of those
before. Like I
upgrades.
heard it.
Mm.
I heard it last time they came out, and I thought I had misheard, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave it alone because I don't know what I just heard. But it's confirmation now that this is Bad Bunny. This is actually like new music. So I did at some point have a mid-season change of floor routine, so I wouldn't doubt if that was the case for her. So Brockport is waiting on that first. Again, those first scores are going to determine how this last rotation goes. It's very important that you score on the higher end. Above a 9 needs to be. You start scoring 8s, you're gonna have go down a streak of 8s the rest of the rotation. I don't know why that happens, but it does. So Maya John is on beam right now, looking pretty steady. You can see her taking every step pretty carefully after her teammate Natalie got a little bit too comfortable on her dismount and then had to take 3 steps backwards.
Yeah, Maya John has been very confident today.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Very well poised. Charlotte finishing up over there. Bars for Brockport. Stuck. Absolutely stuck. Cold. Double back. Oh my god. More tears. Stop. Another stuck landing, you guys. Okay, an 8-6 for Julia on bars for Brockport. I don't know if I missed a fall or something. Ithaca starting off with Natalie Steed, a 9.225, and then RIC with a 9.65 on floor for Madeline. And then Rory starting the lineup with a 9.475. Oh, man. Oh, man. Chucks. That's how I feel like saying right now. This is just interesting. I don't know that I've ever experienced so many teams in like at once, at least from this side of the spectrum, and I am fully invested. 3 hours? That's nothing. Don't worry about it. Kylie Brown going on vault. She had a little too much power, yeah. Yep.
Took about 3 steps back.
So what levels do you currently coach?
Currently, I am not coaching. I'm actually the director of operations for the facility. So I work remotely for a gym in California. Actually.
Oh, fun. Fun.
But I live in Birmingham.
Okay, I see. That's exciting, though. I mean, I like when, the gymnastics community is able to give more opportunities to people across the board and in different roles that you wouldn't think they're important, but they are.
You just see how club gymnastics contributes to their college career.
Absolutely.
In all aspects. So it's really interesting to see a little 3-year-old go from their first class all the way to, their senior year of college gymnastics.
So cute. All right, we have Maureen Aramo on bars for Brockport. She was looking good up to that moment. I think she was wanting to fully stay on the vertical, and when you want to just kind of force the vertical, you end up either going short or over. That's like what you said earlier. It's about the flow that you give bars. It's a balance.
Well, when you have a moment like that where you are off the bars or off the beam, you get 30 seconds to compose yourself and be able to get back into that rhythm.
Okay.
So that's the hardest part, is to just be able to find that moment again and finish that routine.
Good dismount, though.
Yeah, she found the moment. That was good.
I feel like I think that is more frustrating than anything. I feel like when you're able to finish up a routine that flawlessly, but you missed like a really small detail in the middle, you're like, brother, I know I can do this in my sleep. Why? Okay, I want your thoughts on like Jurchenko halves. How do they do it? I think that landing is way harder than a 1.5 or even like a full. A tuck full, a layout full, a layout. Like half is probably, in my perspective, it looks hard, it feels hard, it just like, what do you do?
You know, I honestly don't know how they do it other than a good foundation.
Yeah. Because it's like, if you're like, I don't know that people realize when you are leading, when you're twisting, your arms are like the center of gravity of your body. Like, your arms will determine where you go, how fast you go, and when you stop. So, I mean, in way too many occasions, and this happened with like doubles or like full ins. Tried doing a full in, ended up landing on my head on the foam pit. Yeah, because I don't know where I'm at. My arms are playing, my arms wanting to twist, but my body is just flipping and I don't know where I'm going. So like halves were always rocket science for me. I could do a triple twist. Don't ask me to do a half. Holy whoa! That was great for both vault and bars. Oh, they're gonna start crying, you guys.
Well, and I think mentally, you know, just breaking it down into those halves too. Like, it's not a 1.5; it's 3 halves.
You have to like compartmentalize.
One half at a time.
Okay, let's see what's happening. Come on. Show me scores, Virtius. Okay, so Cortland, highest score so far is a 9.65 for Gianna. Really good vault, of course. Then a 9.5 for Brockport was the highest score. I think Aladina had a really good routine just now while we were talking, yapping away. And Corey, it was Samantha Meadows and Aladina who were going at the same time for vault and Brockport, and they both had really, really good performances. So the leading score for Ithaca right now, though, is a 9.775, and the leading score for RIC is Madeline, still with a 9.65.
And it looks like Corey Foster just had the routine of her life. That was a nice finish.
Oh, man. Okay, the energy in here is crazy right now, you guys. Oh, I love that puck salto to an underswing. Beautiful work. Look at her lines. Double back. Good dismount. She had a little hop there. I'm sure she was pursuing that stick, but so good. The judges realistically, they have nothing to take after that pack salto because her underswing did it for her. Like, you don't have to do a kip to handstand. You don't have to do a pirouette. You don't have to meet any verticals or any requirements in between your, hop to the high bar. So that transition alone knocks out any possibility of her getting any major deductions in the middle of her routine. So that hop is not a major deduction there.
And it looks like we're going pretty fast to this rotation.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Cortland is done on vault. The last score just came in for Tia. 9.625. Tying Samantha that went before her.
Ending with a 47.9. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Over there we see... We see Cortland taking the lead with the 192.02. You guys. So far is Cortland 192.025 and Ursinus with a 199.25. Where will Brockport fit in this equation? I want to know. I need to know. Okay, a talked Jaeger? I don't know that I've ever seen that before in my life. I love D3 gymnastics, you guys. I love every second of it.
With a little bit of step at the end.
So much fun.
Leanna K.
Wow. What a show.
And Caitlin just got done on beam for Ithaca.
Kaylee Goodwin with a 9.775 for Ithaca on beam. A 9.85 for Aaliyah Krause on floor. Oh, my heart is racing. My heart is absolutely racing right now. I'm I'm at the edge of my seat.
I know, I feel like these scores are going up. They're being strong. Emma Tucker just got done on the floor, so we're waiting for her score.
God.
Emily is the last on beam.
Stop. Okay, wait. Brockport is sitting currently at a 191.375, taking them to the second spot behind Cortland. Oh, the drama. Give me all of it.
This last score.
Is he gonna take them? Is he gonna bump them? That's the real question. Because they need to drop that 8.6.
Which means it needs to be higher.
Higher than a, what? 9.7?
That's the ideal. 9.7 and up.
Oh my goodness. I'm not kidding when I'm saying to anyone who's like absolutely raving in the live chat right now, I am sweating. I'm like desperately waiting for Leanna K's score. Good leap jump there. I mean, is it sheep jump?
Emily is killing this beam routine.
Mm-hmm.
With this stuff landing. That was very nice. And we're on our last routine from Olivia Keys on the floor exercise for Rhode Island. Still waiting on Leanna K's score. Sitting on the edges of our seats.
9.75! Stop! Oh my god!
9.75, which bumps Brockport up to 192.525.
Let's go! Cortland literally shine away. Or like 4.10s, bro. Oh. Oh my god, the intensity of this, not for the weak. Not for the weak. Wow. Such a great performance from Olivia. She's having the night of her life. Yes, I agree with those cheers. That was great. Every second of that routine was awesome. Oh, my heart. What a great day for gymnastics, honestly. All right, everybody. That looks like kind of the tentative scores there. Okay. I'm gonna take a gander here at the individual ones. So, Cortland, balancing for Ithaca is a 9.775.
So they ended off with a 48.05.
Let's go. They are the highest score of this. Well, I'm not gonna hold on. Olivia Keys' score. Yes, until Olivia's RIC might take the cake.
With a total score of 191.65. So it is down
my
to
gosh.
One score for Rhode Island.
Oh my goodness.
We can announce who is the regional champion.
Oh my god. Oh my god. A 9! She takes the first place! There is no way.
This is exciting!
Oh my gosh. Bless her heart. I would have given anything to be there and like see them go wild. Oh my goodness.
1/10 for third place. Sorry, fourth place. Behind her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That was that. Oh man.
That was well deserved.
Yeah, that was great. So RIC finishes their night with a 48.825. That was the highest team score the entire night. I want to just point that out. Taking it away with Olivia Keys' 9.9 on floor. Absolutely well deserved. I mean, they robbed her of that 9.9 on beam. Still so pissed. But then Ithaca takes the 48.050 on beam, then 47.35 for Brockport on bars, and then Cortland finishing up with a 47.9. So, do you want to just give me some final thoughts?
My gosh, this has been, I did not expect that 9.9 at the very end. That was the cherry on top. Yeah.
That was insane. That was great. So exciting. So take us through the individual winners here, the top 3 of each event.
So for vault, we ended off with Kiera at the top spot with a 9.85 for Brockport. In second place, Aaron Rowe with a 9.8. And then we had a two-way tie with Grace Murray for Ithaca and Marin Aramo for Brockport with a 9.75. It's exciting. Wow. For uneven bars, first place for Cortland with a 9.775 was Catherine McSweeney. And second place with Brockport, Leanna Kay with a 9.75, and Maya John in third place for Ithaca on the uneven bars for a 9.725.
So close in scoring.
Yeah, so on the balance beam, there was in first place Leanna Kay with a 9.875, and then a two-way tie, Amelia York from Brockport with a 9.825, and Maya Balog from Springfield. And then on the floor exercise, the amazing Olivia Keys with a 9.9 in first place with Rhode Island. And then a two-way tie for second place, Grace Mara from Utica with a 9.85, and Aaliyah Kraus from Rhode Island College. This was exciting.
This was a nail biter. Wow.
And Olivia Keys, first place for the all-arounds. Definitely that 9.9 brought her all the way through from Rhode Island with a 38.45. In second place, Emmy Graff with Utica. She was a 38.125. And in third place, Erin Rowe from Ursinus with a 37.6. Wow, guys, this is awesome.
So, yeah, I'm just gonna give you the top 3, I'm assuming. So, on first place, tentatively, obviously, with a 192.525, the reigning Brockport. Obviously, they were ranked number 1 for a reason. Number 2 is gonna be Cortland, who is currently ranked number 6, but they had been digging for this victory all season long. So absolutely 192.025. And on third place we have Ithaca. Literally just kind of, they started off really strong, so it doesn't really surprise me that they were able to maintain their momentum throughout and ended up scoring a 191.65. But amazing job. Everybody all together, just amazing. Just to mention, place number 4 for Ursinus was 199.25. Again, so many 190s and plus. It's just showing so much growth. RIC went 5th with, like you said, 1/10 of a difference, less than 1/10, with a 198.75, right behind Ursinus. Number 6 was Utica, if I'm not mistaken, with a 187.85, and then number 7 would be Springfield with a 187. Again, super close in range. 3-2-5. If that doesn't show me great gymnastics, I don't know what does. Anyway, to just let you guys off. Absolutely. I really want to thank Erica for being here with me. I enjoyed every second of my 3 hours of gymnastics today. I'm so glad you were here with me. That is all we have for today. Erica, do you have anything else to add before I close us off?
No, this is all the energy I need today. Thank you, Andrea. And thank you all of our viewers for staying until the end.
Absolutely. Well, on my behalf, Andrea Maldonado, and Erica Carter's behalf, thank you for tuning in with Virtius. We will see you on the next one.
Attention coaches. The judges currently have the score sheet, are reviewing it. Once they bring it out, we need every coach from each institution to come to the scores table to sign. In the next 2 minutes, we'd like the coaches to come to the score table once the judges are finished with the score sheet.
Yeah. I mean, I know gymnastics and 5 minutes, she was just going to march it just because it was so elaborate. And when she was going across, she like stuck her foot. And it just looked like it just, you should tell your back actually. Yeah.
Let me know when you guys got it.
We're good.
Thank you.
Except there's like the catwalk, they have like a catwalk.
Robidier. Maya Pecoraro. Lakin Soy. Olivia Stinnett. And Eladiana Tesado. From Cortland, we have Rihanna Adams. Ava Mirna. Gabrielle Landler. And Zoe Cutaniano. From Ithaca, we have Marlena Bailey. Andrew Cheshire. Scott Cohen. Julie Freeman. Katie Wheeler. Nicole Wonsky. And Caitlin Pellegrino. From Rhode Island, we have Sophia Domaniano. Heather Fury. Morgan Webb. And Jessica Nugent. From Springfield, we have Maya Vlog. Sarah Brownstein. Delaney LaViolette. Ayako Menida. And Lily Booth. From Ursinus, we have Daria Gregory. Megan Benetucci. Kaylee Pierce. Maylee Ricky. Isabella Scarpati. Erin Stubbs. Addison Tanquay. And Madison Zimmerman. Each week throughout the regular season, nominations are submitted for recognition of outstanding performances in a single competition. A committee selects one all-around and one specialist athlete per week to be named Gymnasts of the Week. We would like to recognize each of these athletes at this time. When your name is called, gymnasts, please come to the podium to accept your award. From the week ending on January 12th, the specialist was Brockport Kira Hoffman. The all-around was Utica's Emmy Graff. From the week ending on January 19th, specialist was Cortland's Samantha Meadows. And the all-around was RIC's Olivia Keith. From the week ending on January 26th, the specialist was Brockport's Kira Hoffman. And the all-around was Ursinus' Aaron Rowe. From the week ending on February 2nd, the specialist was Ithaca's Corey Foster. And the all-around was RIC's Elena Krause. From the week ending on February 9th, our specialist was Brockport's Kira Hoffman. Our all-around Our all-around was Olivia Keys from Rhode Island College. From the week ending on February 23rd, we had specialists from RIC, Emma Tucker. We had all-around from RIC, Aaliyah Crouch. And from the final week, ending on March 2nd, we had specialists Brockport's own Oladiana Tasada. And the all-around was Utica's Emmy Graff. And let's have one last round of applause for all of these amazing all-around. The NCGA East Region also recognized consistent performance in a single season. Athletes are nominated and voted on by their coaches. We will now announce rookie, gymnast, administrator, assistant coach, and head coach of the year. This year, the 2025 Rookie Coach of the Year is awarded to Aaliyah Crouch from The 2025 Gymnast of the Year is Olivia Keith. The 2025 Administrator of the Year, administrators, I should say, of the year, are Catherine Steiner and Gil Bergmaster from Susie Brockport. The 2025 Assistant Coach of the Year is Jenna Zakala. In each event, the top 6 finishers are recognized as NCGA All-East Team and receive medals. In addition, the top finisher on each event is guaranteed a spot at the National Championship. On the vault, we have a tie for 6th. We have, at the score of 9.675, from Utica is Emmy Graff. Time score of 9.850 from Brockport. In first place is Kara Hawkins. Let's have one more round of applause for our boys. Now on the leaderboards. Tied for sixth with scores of 9.550 from Ursinus, Kylie Rogerio. And Cortland, Autumn Atkins. In fifth place, with a score of 9.575 from Ursinus, Erin Rose. In fourth place, with a score of 9.700 from Ithaca, Lauren Babineau. In third place, with a score of 9.725 from Ithaca, Maya John. In second place, with a score of 9.750 from Brockport, Leanna Kay. And in first place, with a score of 9.775 from Cortland, Catherine Gibson. Next up is band speed results. Time for fifth. We have a three-way tie for fifth place. All three scores are 9.775. We have from Cortland, Victoria Kay. From Ithaca, Emily Kowalski. Also from Ithaca, Kaylee Goodwin. In fourth place, with a score of 9.800 from Ursinus, Madison Zimmerman. From Brockport we have a tie for second as well. So each with a score of 9.825, we have Brockport's own Amelia York. And Springfield, Maya Vlog. And in first place with a score of 9.875 from Brockport, Leanna Kay. Samara. In fifth place, with a score of 37.475 from RIC, Alina Kraj. In fourth place, with a score of 37.525 from Springfield, is Sage Tappan. In third place, with a score of 37.600 from Ursinus, is Aaron Rowe. In second place, with a score of 38.125 from Utica, is Annie Brad. And in first place, with a score of 38.450 from RIC. Let's have one more round of applause for Rhode And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for honor team results. In seventh place, with a score of 187.325, is Springfield. With a score of 187.850, in sixth place is Utica. In fifth place, with a score of 190.875, is Rhode Island College. In fourth place, with a score of 190.925, is Ursinus. Now, when I announce the top three teams, could each of you please head to the podium for your award? In third place, with a score of 191.675, is Ithaca. Let's hear it for Ithaca, everyone! And in second place, with a score of 192.050, is Cortland. Let's hear it for Cortland, everyone! The 2023